Welcome back. We are at part three of going live. So we have completed 16 hours. So I know that because my Facebook live stream ends after 8 hours. So I think there's an 8-hour cap. So I have to start a part three. So here I am, part three. We're on the back half of the 16-hour mark. Well, we're actually on the front half. We just started the 16-hour mark. So we're moving past that, and this will put us to the full 24 hours. So that's how we'll finish part three. We are broadcasting live on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. So LinkedIn only covers 4 hours, unfortunately. So anyone on LinkedIn probably not going to see a ton, but we will be pushing forward on Facebook, and YouTube goes hard. YouTube will stream the whole thing. I think there is a cap on YouTube, but I think the cap on YouTube end after I think it said after 10 hours, it'll make it to where you can't rewatch the live. So with the amount of time I'm going live today, I'm probably costing YouTube a lot of money on storage. So I'm about halfway home now. And how do I pull that? Okay, cool. All right. So about halfway home. It's still light outside. I am so looking forward to getting some food. I am so hungry. You're going to watch me. Wow, it's actually 8:40. It took a while for me to get wrapped up. We had a great meetup. Everyone was having a good time, getting to know each other. A lot of new people, new faces. So it was awesome. And I got to get home. I got to eat dinner. And then I have to set up my studio. So it'll take me 10, 20 minutes to set up my studio. Probably more 20 minutes. And then we're going to get started on the second part of our live. I'm a little sad that I didn't make it home in time for my kids. I think they're probably asleep by now or on their way to going to sleep. So that makes me a little sad. The sucky part is that I'll finish around 12:30, and then obviously I'm going to be crashing, and then I'm not going to get to see them. So my Saturday's kind of shot. Unfortunately, because I'm probably gonna end up sleeping a lot. But I'm gonna hope to just get a few hours of sleep and not I'll take a power nap hopefully. So that's gonna be my goal. We'll see. I'll finish around 12:30 tomorrow. If I could just take a little mini nap, a 3-hour nap, wake up around 4, hang out with family from 4 to 9, and then get a good night's sleep. Hopefully, maybe it won't be too disrupted from that. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm definitely getting warmed up for my head-to-head against Face whenever he will agree to it. But this is definitely going to be the longest call, record-breaking call, 32 hours non-stop streaming, and it's only stopping streams because of the limitations of 8 hours on Facebook. So it is non-stop streaming. So don't throw technicalities at me. It is non-stop streaming all day, all morning, all day, all night, all morning, and all day the following day. So probably got another 10 to 15 minutes until I'm home. So that's going to put me there at 9 o'clock. That's late eating dinner. That's really late eating dinner. So let's talk about social media for a second. I have already been behind on work. Like, I just have a lot of stuff I need to get done in a very short period of time. So I'm creating that time in my calendar. I'm forcing myself to put in the work, put in the extra time, and go above and beyond to get this stuff done. And I've been kicking this can down the road for weeks, if not months now, and it's just time and time. You got to roll up the sleeves and get it done. If I'm already doing the work, why do I not just film it and making content? Think about the brand value that doing this creates. Now, the reality is not a lot of people watch it, but a lot of people will hear about it, and maybe they'll look at it in my feed. And here's what's going to happen. Not a lot of people are going to sit here and watch, obviously. No one will watch 32 hours. The only one that will do that is me, because I'm living it, right? But I will tell you what that will do. And it's a great lesson for people trying to build a brand, is people are going to scroll past my Facebook and my YouTube and be like, wow, this guy's a psychopath. He was live for 32 hours? Who is this? And this guy is absolutely insane. Guess what? I've accomplished the goal. No one has to watch any of this, not a single minute, just from the perception that I'm creating of this guy being me is a lunatic. And the lengths that this guy will go to succeed is unprecedented. That's all you're looking to do when you're creating a brand. So you don't have to create this mega following to create a brand. You just want to create enough awareness so that way, whenever someone looks up your information on social media, they can get within 10 seconds an idea of who you are. The reality is people aren't going to watch your stuff. Like, they're just not. People are selfish by nature. I'm selfish. Everyone's selfish. We're all selfish. We all need to further our own agenda, right? And help ourselves and our direct family to be better, live better, all that stuff. But there is a level of selfishness ingrained into our DNA as humans. So people don't care about what you're doing, really. Like, they're looking at you to make a very quick decision about who you are, and you have to ask yourself a question of, what do you want that decision to look like? Do you want it to be one where they look at your social media and be like, dang, this guy's doing it. He's doing things. He's at properties. He's doing this. Right? Is that what you want them to think? Because I can tell you, I have conversations with agents all the time. My conversations are a lot easier than a lot of people's conversations, because I know that they're doing their research and they're figuring out who I am, looking me up online, trying to figure out, is this guy legit, yes or no? And so if you don't have a social media presence whatsoever, and you're trying to buy real estate or buy businesses or buying anything, it's honestly, unless you're buying it from a boomer, it's kind of a red flag these days. So you really have to have some sort of brand. And I talked about this in one of the orbit training videos that I did. And I heard this from Pace, so I'm really just taking it from Pace. If you're building a brand whether you know it or not. So by not building a brand, that is a brand. It's a brand of someone who's, maybe, there's a lots of reasons why people don't want to be on social media, right? But I guess the point of where I'm getting at is, your brand is not a good one if you're not doing anything to build it, right? You can control the narrative of your life. If you don't have a brand, you're leaving that narrative up to your audience. And that audience is going to think very poorly about your brand, not because you are by any means of low standards. It's more of just like that's the conclusion that they're going to draw. Be like, oh, this guy's he's not on social media. He's got 3 followers, and one of them is his mom, and 2 of them is cats. You don't want that to be your brand if you're trying to win in real estate or business or in anything else you're doing. You want your brand to be very, very strong because it's going to help open doors. And we live in a society that's all about the optics, all about the followers and all that stuff. Like, I had an agent. This was funny. I had an agent tell me the other day, like, wow, you got a huge following. You got 15,000 subscribers on YouTube. And then she said, but I went over to your Instagram and you only had like 300. I thought that was like really weird. Like, it's just so funny how society perceives value in brand, right? And now, just letting you know, I'm kind of a big deal on Instagram. I got like 460 followers. I'm just letting you know, I'm really making things happen, climbing up in the world. But unfortunately, people see that as some level of significance or importance, and I don't really get caught up in that. I mean, I get caught up in it from the perspective of like, I know what the optics means to people. It's kind of like getting a degree. Getting a degree is like one of the most worthless piece of paper you could ever get. I mean, honestly. And I have a master's degree and a bachelor's degree and a bunch of other certifications. Holy cow, you want to talk about waste of money, and there's a few other choice words I have, but I want to keep this stream open and not take it down, so I won't use them. But wow, that's what people care about. They care about optics, whether I know information or not, because I have a master's degree in software development. That carries it automatically party credibility, and I have some sort of authority in software. And so I'm almost home, so I'm going to stop here in a second, and then it's going to become really boring, and I'm just going to be eating and getting my studio set up and fumbling around. So I said I'd be back around 9 p.m. to start training. That's probably going to be pushed back to like probably closer to 9:20, 9:30. So if you want to see me do real estate accounting, I'm going to be doing that for probably 3 to 4 hours. Yes, I'm that far behind. That'll start around 9:20 to 9:30, something like that. I'm pulling up to my house right now. I'm going to have to be quiet because kiddos are probably asleep. So I am so excited to get home so I can eat. I'm so hungry. Like, you have no idea. I'm like freaking starving. All right. Putting stuff in one at a time. Or unlocked first. Where is the key? Okay, got that open. And if you think you're not going to watch me eat my dinner, you are mistaken. You will be watching me eat my dinner. Okay. Yeah, this is way too much for one trip. So we're going to put all this stuff down.
make it through the maze of the house. Oh, thank you. Are the kids asleep?
Well, maybe not asleep. Husband probably about.
Beckham's awake?
I mean, I just left him.
Did you just put him to bed?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go in there. I need to say goodnight to son. Try this. All right. We are. Huh. I got stuff hanging off my arms. Okay. All right. All the leftovers are in the basement, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. So I can go in there? Okay. I love you. Good night. What? I was at work. Yeah. I know. Because it's late. I love you. Good night. Okay. Oh, cool. I missed a lot of comments.
Are they from my friends or
Yes.
real people?
Well, okay.
They are
So
real people.
she just said, my wife just said that you're, Taylor specifically, apparently you're not a real person because she said,
They're my friends, not your people.
But you just said they weren't real people.
Taylor, I love you. You know what I mean.
I don't think anyone knows what you mean.
Hey, because of me, you have some fan club right now.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So hungry. I probably shouldn't have streamed to my LinkedIn now that I think about it. The audience is they can't handle what's about to happen tonight. They're too proper for this stream. Hold on one second. I mean, I haven't eaten all night, so the food itself is going to give me some energy. Hey, I have Kristen. I have friends. Someone said he's got his own people. Look, what do you think about that?
Good.
Yeah. Face. Thanks, Steve. Got my back. All right, we're gonna make this sandwich here in the air fryer.
We should angle this.
Well, they don't need to see all that.
Why? It's better than seeing the ceiling.
What if they want to see the texture of the ceiling?
Right.
They want to see me scoop peanut butter out of this. Where's With what?
Don't eat all this.
Sorry.
Why didn't you eat your lunch?
I did. I was 10 hours ago.
Your lunch is half
Oh.
here.
I didn't finish it. I forgot.
No wonder you're hungry. Beckham, lately I've been telling him he needs to tell me the truth. And so tonight he was asking me a question and I didn't know the answer and he goes, tell me the truth. And I go, I am telling you the truth. I don't know the answer.
Do you have a coffee mug or something? Oh, can I use that?
This?
Yeah, for water?
Yeah. Look at this and this.
Thanks. Awesome. All right, we're about to go get set up here in a second.
Somehow there's caramel all over the counter. I did feed the cats, FYI.
Okay, I'm going to eat, and then I'll put the phone down, and then I'll go shower. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. But we are getting delirious tonight. We are going hard.
People said they're going to have to make sure you're not saying anything crazy about deals.
Who said that?
Remember, I think you were talking on...
Oh, yeah, this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I need my headphones. I need my phone charger. Food's heating up. I need...
Do you need to take that light back down to the basement?
Yeah, probably going to do that. I do need to change into some shorts because I really don't want to be in jeans. Okay, my clothes are downstairs. I am putting the phone down for that for a second. Okay, good enough. Be right back. What? What? That's funny. I need at least a fresh shirt. Comfortable one. All right, I'm back. At least got some fresh clothes. Where's my bag? Is that probably still... Let me start taking stuff downstairs. Got my studio in the basement. Probably need 3 trips. I really regret taking down my light this morning. That was so dumb. I should not have done that. Okay. Be right back on that. I'm gonna go get set up. This is still cooking here. What in the world's going on? Oh, it's pretty hot. Okay, so that should be ready.
Pocket.
Thanks.
Did you hear me say that the cats in case they start meowing at you?
You did feed the cats?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I have to do the
All right. Now I'm going to take my food downstairs. My drink. Oh, I need to bring my caffeine.
Where is it?
I'll get it. I got to make it. All right. That's set up. I'll just set up a little piece at a time here. Whoops. I'm going to have to go get my surge protector. Thank you. Appreciate it, Isabella. I didn't, Taylor, sorry, I didn't see what you were talking, at what point were you saying Simba or Freddy? It was both of them, probably. All right, so I'm going to get my caffeine ready. I'm going to ration this out. We're doing 4 ounces. This is half my normal dose. Doing half a scoop of Spark. Which is like basically nothing. That's funny. Yeah, I missed it because you're not a real person. I think you're like John Cena. Are you related to John Cena? I think I'm going to have to make actually 2 more trips. All right, so we got this. A little caffeine dose. A little sweet nectar from heaven. I don't know who Riley Green is. That caffeine is good. Oh, yeah. We're going to be tearing it up tonight. Tearing it up. I was like trying to figure, okay, maybe I'm more delirious than I thought. I thought someone was following me, but it was my extension cord being dragged on the stairs. All right, let's get this bad boy plugged in. All right, let's see how long it takes me to set this up. That would be a cool race. Hold on, I need to film this. We're gonna make content out of this. We're gonna see how long it takes to set up my studio. We're gonna race. This will be fun to watch. I promise that. Give me a second though. Flip my camera on. Let's get mic'd up here. Whoa. You can't be eating my food. I'm trying to eat my food. Not cool. Okay. Mic'd up. Okay. Do I have everything I need? Actually, let me go look upstairs. I feel like I needed to make one more trip. I kind of do have to go to the restroom, but I'll wait. Okay, everything upstairs is good. Oh, my computer. Yeah, that's important. Okay. My computer. We're going to give you high quality production today. Okay. So you're going to get this camera angle. Hold on. Okay. Cool. Now we're back. You're going to get this camera angle. And then you're going to get that camera angle. And we're going to start filming content, recording. Okay. We're going to see how long does it take to set up my studio. This is unfair. I need to get that out of the way. Oh, we got to set ourselves up for success here. Okay? Where's the timer? I can't use my phone. Okay, I don't have a timer. I can't use a timer, but we're going to get started. It is, we're going to do it starting at 32, so I'll know exactly on the dot. 10 seconds. We're not counting my light because that's going to take a while. Ready, set, go. Let's do this. So we got the Rodecaster. We got these cables. I actually don't need this for my main camera. Only if I'm going to do 2 cameras. I'm going to do this. Actually, I'm kind of cheating because I only did that today. I need the Rodecaster. We're setting this all up down here. Rodecaster moves through. I'm like sweating already. Boom mic, boom whatever. Set that up. We got a mic. Okay. Well, yes. Oh, heck yeah. Thank you. XLR cable.
How do I go to bed?
Okay. Love you.
Love you. Bye. Take all the sport.
Enjoy your bed and sleep.
Yep, don't forget your soccer.
Soccer, what time?
10.
Okay. I'll be awake. I am, a little bit. So actually, I'll loop that through. Now, could I set this up faster? Yeah, probably, but I also want to set this up the right way. I don't want to just have this crap laying around because I don't want to do this again. But I'm moving as fast as I reasonably can. Okay, got that. Oh, whoops. Camera, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Okay. Remove that. Just need this cable. I feel like I'm missing a lot of power sources, to be honest. Look at that. Computer. Plugging this in. Turn this on. Good to go. This is going to be the biggest mess. I honestly don't even know if I want to deal with this tonight. I probably don't, to be honest. All right. So what was that? 4 minutes minus the light. That's pretty good. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, we got my camera's not working. That's not good. Oh wait, hold on. The HDMI port is not connected. What the heck? This could be the wrong one. I may have connected the wrong one. It's still not working. Okay, here we go. We are back in business. We're back in business. That was fun. Okay, we're ending off the phone. Love it. Appreciate it. So we're going to get off the phone for now. And we are back. Professional studio. Back at it again. I got my charger set up. Ready to rock and roll all night long. I do need to eat dinner. Just FYI. Stop it. Let me start streaming to my TV. StreamYard on TV. And then we'll start getting after it. Okay. All right. So if anyone has any questions, now would be a good time to ask those questions in a way where I can eat my dinner and maybe answer some questions while I'm doing that. Or if anyone wants to jump on and talk, feel free to jump on and talk. Whatever you want to do. If not, you're going to awkwardly watch me eat because I am starving. Love the setup. I need to convince you eat fast anyway. That is true. Thank you. It was not cheap, but well worth it. I needed that food so bad. Someone randomly going across the stream right now is like, what is this guy doing? He's just eating on live. And eating the messiest food too. Kristen, I didn't get to talk to you about, if you're still here, about Simba. What are we doing? What is mukbangs? I don't know. You must be into some weird stuff because I don't know what that is. I don't know what kind of stuff you're into watching. That doesn't sound PG-13. Simba, you gotta get down. Thank you. You just said it's watching people eat. How is mukbangs watching people eat? That doesn't sound like watching people eat. It sounds like watching people do something else. I'm almost done. I know, right? Wait, in the time I've been live, have you changed your YouTube profile picture? Or am I imagining that? I feel like you changed it, Taylor. Did you hop on my live and you're like, oh wait, I don't like that picture and changed it? Is that what happened? Look at that, how gangster that is. Thank you. 3 minutes and 38 seconds. To be fair, I didn't set up my second camera. So that saved the tripod, the extra cable, the power cord. So I saved a lot of time by not doing that because I already had my main camera set up. Depending how the night goes, I may set up my second camera. You think this is cool to watch? You have no idea you're about to be bored to sleep after watching me do real estate accounting for 5 hours. Like, you have no idea. Watching me, you're going to be like, can you go back to eating, please? This is so boring. The real MVP. No, my light isn't set up. I said I'm not doing it. I think that, Oh my gosh. There's shadows, aren't they? That's gonna bother. I'm gonna have to set this light up. There's freaking shadows behind me. I wish you wouldn't have said that. Now I'm gonna have to set this light up. It's gonna bother me literally all night long. Do I have all my light? Yeah, all my lights are turned on. That is literally gonna bother me all night long. So I'm gonna have to set it up. We're gonna need to get that 338 clock back out. About to get extended. Okay. I'm gonna go put up this this stuff, put this back in the fridge. Let me get my cam. I'll get back on my iPhone here. And then you can watch me. Do I have another chair? I'll just do it from here. Take my audio off. Okay. This is where my light's going. I'll be right back. Oh, this chair doesn't seem very sturdy. It freaking broke. This screw thing broke. Well, this is fun. I was turning it the opposite direction. Wow, what a pain in the ass this is. Okay. I just turned it the wrong way for a second time. We are going left, not right. I am sweating. This is the reason why I didn't want to do this. All right, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I kind of expected a lot of that. All right. Let's do this thing. I love it. She kept track of that. That's amazing. Thank you. I needed that laugh. All right. We wear this hat when we do gangster stuff. So we're doing gangster stuff tonight. Actually, hold on. We're fixing it. Gangster stuff time. Cheers. We're going to have to get out the clock again. I didn't set up my extra monitor. I don't think this, let's just call it, 20 seconds. This won't take that long. I do need my extra monitor. All right. That's not too bad. It was only 6 minutes or so, but it honestly felt like an eternity. Let's see. I always get this confused which way to do this. Rock and roll. Power. Power. Time to party. X out of a lot of these browsers. Okay. So we do have which baseball player is behind me? Let's see. All right. Final time. 7 minutes. That's pretty good. The baseball player behind me is Nolan Ryan. I like gangster stuff. So this is Nolan Ryan with his famous blood on his jersey. And he basically beat a guy multiple times. And then he continued pitching afterwards with blood all over him, dripping down his mouth and his jersey, and just like the epitome of a gangster. It's one of my favorite baseball moments. All right. So there's going to be a hybrid of like some sensitive stuff and some stuff I can share. So I'm going to do kind of like just, you're going to be hearing what I'm doing, and then some of it's going to be screen share. So you'll just have to bear with me. I'm going to get that set up. So I'm going to log into the bank account right now. And I have a property. So it was the Texas Rangers. Which game was that? That was the Texas Rangers against, that's a good question. I don't know. If you just type in Nolan Ryan, orange, not orange. That's the Cats are orange. Nolan Ryan, blood jersey. I mean, it's like a very famous, like you just like I just type in Nolan Ryan blood jersey, and it's like, yeah, I'm sure you can find. Let me find some videos. Yeah, check this out. I'm not going to get too far off track, but check this out real quick. Let me share my screen. Entire screen, screen 2. Take the audio out. So he hits him on purpose, and then the guy charges the mound. And then Nolan Ryan is like 45 in this video, and Robin Ventura is like 25. And he just proceeds to just beat the living whatever word after that out of him. And I don't know if it'll show him just continuously. He's just beating him. Boom. Shot after shot. I don't know where the footage. This is the footage of him. Oh, you know what? Was this a different game? Nolan Ryan is so gangster. It may have even been an entirely different game, which left him with a butt. Okay, let's see what happened. My story was wrong. So he got hit in the face with a baseball. Then he throws the ball. I feel like that figurine isn't as cool anymore because I thought it was the other clip. That's a little disappointing. But it was pretty scary watching him pitch, like with that bloody lip the whole time. Like imagine a guy staring at you with just blood all over his face and he just keeps pitching. Like that's crazy. Okay. Anyways, let's get back on topic. Let me get bank account set up here. All right, so I have some accounting. I have to transition from QuickBooks over to this new software, TurboTenant, which is backed by REI Hub. REI Hub was bought by TurboTenant recently. So TurboTenant is my property management software. Let me write this down, actually. This is good Orbit program training. So this is Orbit program training. This is part 3 live, starting at minute, we'll just say 60 or 59:30. Accounting. Deep dive. Start to finish, how to build financial statements. Okay, we can clean up the wording later. Okay. All right, welcome to the Orbit program training, where I'm going to be doing a deep dive on how to build a profit and loss statement and balance sheet for real estate accounting. So I am taking a company where I am transitioning from QuickBooks to a new software that I'm using called Turbo Tenant, which is actually the accounting portion of it is REI Hub. So what I'm going to be doing today is building the P&Ls from scratch. Like this is literally something anyone can do. So I cannot, due to some like weird timing issues I don't really have time to get into, I can't really sync all the transactions the way I would want it to. It's going to be a bigger headache if I sync all the transactions than just building it manually myself. So I'm going to be going month by month and building the financial statements for last year because I need to finish last year's accounting in this new software. And then I also need to produce the K1, which is the tax statement that investors get to let them know what money they made for the year. So that is what I'm going to be working on tonight. And I already have the bank feed connected, but let's see. I think if the furthest it goes back is from May of this year. Well, I need last year. And the technical reason why I can't sync is because if I try to resync again from everything I've seen in REI Hub, if I resync again, it's going to pull in all those transactions that are still in my books again, and there's going to be duplicates. I don't want to mess with it. I would much rather take my time, and I'd rather it take an hour or maybe 2 hours longer doing it the way I know it can be done correctly versus guessing, and then that 2 hours that it may take me to do longer may end up costing me 7 hours if I do it incorrectly. So I'm not willing to gamble with that on my time tonight. That's why I'm going to go through and I'm going to recreate the P&L one by one. We're not going to be able to get 100%, I don't think, because I think I'm probably missing mortgage statements. What I'm probably going to have to do, I'm going to show you what you should do, and then I'm going to show you what I'm going to do because I may be missing some information, and this is going to be a challenge. Normally, I would just log into the bank and get the mortgage statement, right? Well, it's not so easy. This is a sub-2 loan. I don't want to say who the lender is because this is a lender that commonly calls notes, and we don't want to touch anything. And the access to the bank account is so like sensitive, like it's only linked to one person. And if we change that, it's just, I don't want to risk raising another red flag. So I don't even have access to the bank statement. My partner does, the mortgage statement. My partner does. So I just ask him periodically. We should be doing this monthly, but I've been so behind on this. I just been like, hey, send it to me every other month or whenever you get to it. It's not that big of a deal. Once I get all this cleaned up, we're going to get this squared away and we're going to start doing this. And this is one of those things I've been talking about doing for a couple months and I just have never done it because honestly, I hate it. I would rather be doing anything else right now than this, but this is the time to do it. So we're getting after it. So I'm going back to August of 2024, which is when we took over this property via sub-2. So I'm going to download this bank statement. And the really cool part is that this account here has 3 different bank statements. So not only do we need to recreate the P&L based off the bank statements from August, September, October, November, December, which is 5, we need to do that times 3. So we have 15 different statements we're going to have to reconcile tonight. Strap yourself in for a amazing, extremely entertaining night. It's going to be a long one. So let me close out of a lot of my browsers that I don't need so I don't get distracted. Okay, so I downloaded, and I will share my screen here in a second. Just bear with me. I downloaded the transactions. I just want to get all this stuff set up. Okay, so I downloaded the transactions. All right, so let me close out of this. I'm about to share my screen in a second. Okay, let's see. Simba is the man. Okay, so StreamYard does this really, really annoying thing where I'll be sharing my screen and then it'll just stop. So if you see that, just know that's what's happening. It will just literally randomly stop sharing. No logic to it. It just stops sharing. So I've downloaded these bank statements and now we're going to get to work. Okay, I know I'm not that delirious, but I don't know how it's possible the date modified could be tomorrow at 1:39 a.m. I've I've never seen that before. That's crazy. And just so you know, REI Hub, it's still a new software for me, so I'm still trying to figure it out, like how to navigate it. I'm very familiar with QuickBooks, like the back of my hand. Not so much familiar with REI Hub. So you're gonna see me like fumble around, just trying to figure out stuff. So once I get past probably, I'd say about 30, 40 minutes into this, I'll start, running pretty smooth. But for the first part, it's gonna be a little bumpy. Yeah, the date and time. See, like right there, my screen just stopped sharing. I didn't do anything. So I really hope I don't have to deal with this all night because I'm definitely not going to sit here and do this all night. Okay, so let's see how long that lasts. All right, so we got this open, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna go into, let's see, are you serious? It just did it again. Okay, we gotta figure this out. What would cause that? I'm gonna disconnect my second monitor temporarily and see if this is what's causing it. All right, let's share my screen. Okay, my screen's being shared. All right, so we need to add transactions. I really hope I don't have to add journal entries for this because I will gouge my eyes out if I have to do journal entries. There's got to be a better way. I know QuickBooks has a way where you can upload transactions. Here we go. Okay. I don't want to use this. I don't trust this, to be honest. Let's see. Download template. So we may have some promising stuff to work with here. Okay, so we have withdrawals and date, and we want to make sure this is the template they're giving us. So we want to make sure that we are following this template exactly, because I don't want this to cause any issues. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find that bank statement. Here we go. I'm going to copy all of this into this template. I'm going to leave some space here because I want to see what the template looks like to make sure I can structure it correctly. So, okay. So I feel good about that. Interesting. They don't have the payee anywhere in this template. It's like a really basic template. Okay, so I'm going to format just the way they have it formatted. Because again, I don't want to do anything different than this template. This is hopefully going to save us a lot of time. It's still going to be several hours because this is what I have to do. I'm going to have to go through and sort all these transactions and figure out what we spent money on, which this was a long time ago. We did renovations on this property too, so it's going to suck. So description. So withdrawal. I would say all of these negative numbers would be a withdrawal. Let me think. How would I clean this up? There's probably a faster way to do it. I don't want to mess with that right now, so I'm just going to do it manually. And I want to make sure I'm not picking a negative number, so I'm going to clear out all this stuff. That's receive. So I want to make sure I'm not pasting over anything that's like receive. I'm not sure how it's going to treat a transfer. Okay, so the rest of this stuff should be deposits. This is the template, so let's get rid of that. So that's clean. And then we should just be able to copy this over. I told you this was not going to be sexy. And this is not going to be fun. Taylor's probably like, I'm out. Like, bro, I'm already asleep. Okay, what is this amount? This must be the running balance. I don't know if this template really cares about that. This has somewhat of a description. I see. So this is not even the description here. This is the vendors. This would probably be our best bet as far as a description. So we're going to ride with that as our description. There's not even a vendor section. Let's see what TurboTenant calls this. Do they call this they call it a vendor. Okay. It's probably not going to pick it up. And if this gets rejected, I'll know why. So I need to get rid of all this stuff. Oh, we also need to get rid of these negative numbers because that's probably going to cause an error. So here's a little trick I'll teach you. I'm going to multiply all these numbers times -1. Whoops. Shoot. I forgot how do I do that. It's been a while since I've done this. Formula. What am I doing? Why am I having a brain fart right now? I know this is like pretty easy one step to do. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to do it the lazy way. Problem solved. get rid of those zeros, leave that blank. I don't recall this being formatted as dollars, so I'm going to leave this. I know that sounds weird, but sometimes these templates can be really finicky. So I'm going to leave it like that. So it's 9:51. I'm actually tired. That's not good. Okay. I don't know what bank statement this is. Bank statement 1. Let me go to now we need a folder called August. Okay. Oh, shoot. Oh, it was Excel. Click below to download the template. You'll move the transaction data from the file. Okay, I already have the template. Like, I don't. Okay, cool. Upload your transactions. Let's pray and see if this works. This is not good. Okay, that's what happened. Ooh, I think we made a mistake. That might be unfortunate. Okay, hold on one second. Oh, I'm supposed to have an interview at 10 p.m. tonight. So we're going to pause. Once we get to 10 p.m., we'll have that interview. Okay. I may have uploaded that to the wrong bank account. I think by some miracle, this might actually be right. Hold on. Look at my phone. In the screen share that I'm doing, it actually looks pretty good. I think it was this extra monitor that was causing the issue. I'm going to scroll back to last year and see if this bank account is the right bank account. I think it is. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. I'm just looking to confirm that this in the month of August. It took me all the way to the top. I'm pretty sure this is it. Okay. Actually, let me double check. Interesting. It says I'm not sharing, but I am. Okay. Okay. So where to start? That was a transfer of $15,000. So now I got to go find the second bank statement that must have not been where the source of the money came from. We're about to walk into like a monumental mess. Like this is like accounting disaster 1-on-1. Never do this. But it's okay. We're going to figure it out. All right. So that's where it originated at. I need to know where this money came from. So the wire went into. Yeah, I got to stop sharing and find this in my bank real quick. And then I assume I want to move my cat. He looks so peaceful. Okay, let's take some notes. 6876 687. Maybe it's the last four digits and I can figure it out that way. Let me look at the checking account, the numbers. Here is the banking information. Five seven six is the checking. So this is 876 Okay, so this is the reserves. That is what it is. So it's the last four digits, and 6578 is probably the savings account. Okay. Now we have our guiding light here for account numbers. So that's helpful. So when I'm looking at a statement that's 6876, I know it came into the reserves first. So I can't even process this first transaction until I go in. Let's see, this was the 6876, the reserves. I need to handle this template first. Oh, this makes me want to throw up doing this. This is brutal. This is gonna put me to sleep faster than anything. Withdrawal, deposit. August 2024 reserves. And that's what that is, I'm pretty sure. 6876 reserves. Okay. So now we're going to go into the reserves account and we're going to upload that file. I hate that it makes me download this stupid template each time. We're going to upload that file that we just were working on, the reserves, and we're going to map that to the reserves. Refresh the page. Okay, cool. So this is starting point 1, the very first transaction that came in. That's a very weird dollar amount. Something doesn't feel right about that dollar amount. Okay. Give me a second. I'm going to remove that. I need to go find so we borrowed capital. So we raised private money capital for this deal. I need to go find the promissory note to tell me how much the borrowed capital was. So that way we can put that on the balance sheet and confirm, because that's a really weird dollar amount. I wouldn't think that that would be the exact dollar amount, but honestly, I can't remember. So we need to go back and check. Problem is, I don't know where I put that stuff. Yeah, it's going to take me fiddling around. I know I have it saved somewhere. Put my other screen back on, see if I can find this stuff quicker. All right, so inflow advisors. Oh. We're going to have to do some editing to this video. So we borrowed 35,000. Where the heck is the rest of it? Where did that go? That's a good question. Let me pull the third bank statement. Okay, so before we process any transactions, we need to get a good baseline of what happened at the very beginning, because it all starts with the very beginning. So if we mess up the very beginning, it's all going to be messed up the whole time. So we really need to make sure we get that structured properly. So This is 6578. This is the savings account. Let me open up the bank account on my end and help me recreate this here. Okay, we got we're going back to the beginning. I feel like it's going to be easier for me to look at on a PDF, as weird as that sounds. Okay, we need to be tracing, we need to be sourcing funds and figuring out where it came from. So this account had 15 grand transferred from an internal account. So we need to figure out let's pull up all three. Let's piece this together. So the first transaction was on August 2nd. I think I know what this is. I know what this is. This is going to create a accounting shit show. Hold on one second. This is going to get messy. Okay. I feel like this is important for your people to watch, especially for the training. So we're going to pop this bad boy open. All right, let's look at the closing statement. So that's 2 grand. I know where that is. So we've closed the gap. Now we're missing about 3 grand. Oh, what's to pay for closing costs? Yeah, all of it's to pay for closing costs. Okay, this is going to be a gangster training. This one's going to really make you appreciate your accountant. Okay, let me write this down. I definitely need a pen and paper. I need to get in here. Just give me a few minutes. Get my journal. Orbit. program training. Part 3, 1 hour, 36 minutes. Okay. We'll just wait 15 seconds. And all right, so in this training video, we are going to cover how to source funds and how to build your profit and loss statement, what happens when you close a transaction. So what we have here is we have a wire that was sent to the bank account for $30,617.50. However, the promissory note, we borrowed $35,000. So there's a discrepancy, right? We received $30,617.50. We are missing some money, right? We're missing $4,400, right? So where did that $4,400 go? This is how we're going to figure that out. So I have the settlement statement right here, and this is a sub 2 transaction. So I am going to export this to Excel. I'm going to label this Orbit program settlement statement sample. This is converting to a Excel document right now, so it won't be perfect, but it should be clean enough. So there we go. We're exporting this into Excel. Looks pretty good to me. Okay, so we borrowed $35,000. We raised that from private money lender. And where did it go, right? We got $30,000 as cash sent to us that we held for renovations and reserves, all that stuff, right? So we need to figure out how are we going to record this on our balance sheet and profit and loss statement. So one thing I do know we need to record is the initial loan. So we're starting from the ground zero. So if we go to, let me open up this in a new tab actually. We're going to run a balance sheet for dang it. I didn't want to show some of this stuff. Yeah, this is a freaking mess. It needs to be cleaned up. We don't have any liability here for the amount that we borrowed, so we need to add this on here. Let's just focus on one property at a time. Okay, so we don't have this recorded anywhere. So we need to put that in. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to record this as a loan. And let's see. I got to figure out how do I don't know if this is going to let me select the right account. There are some things that I really hate about TurboTenant, and this is one of them. So we're going to go to chart of accounts. Wait, what? Okay, so we're going to record that as we're creating the loan account. And I want to send this to that loan account, but I don't think it's going to let me. Yeah, there's no option for me to. Okay, I might be able to utilize this. Transfer that. Bro, it's 10 o'clock and I'm already so tired. That is wild. Like, this is not even making it to like crunch time. And I'm already tired. That's pretty sad. I can't believe I'm this tired. Okay, so I'm going to run that through. I'm going to go to the balance sheet. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to happen. So I like that. This may very well take me till 10 hours, like legit. I may be spending the rest of the night doing this. Holy cow. This is going to be so much work. Oh, all right. Well, I'm here for it. So this is what we've booked to the loan currently. But really, at the end of the day, once we're done, this needs to be reflected as 35,000. Let me ask. Ask my AI some questions here. Let's get some accounting feedback here. If I brought a property and I raised private capital for $35,000, 30 of it went towards excess, or 30 of it was cash received. $2,000 I paid an assignment fee, and the rest was in closing costs. How would I reflect that $35,000 between P&L and balance sheet? So let's see how good it is. Breakdown of the $35,000. The assignment fee. Okay, so the P&L, it's going to reflect directly to the assignment fee, the closing cost. Also, the P&L is there. I feel like the closing cost should definitely be capitalized towards the asset. I don't feel like that is right. already expensed, so it's not reflected. If these are capitalized tied to the property's acquisition, then they'll be added to the asset value. So like this was, yeah, this is what I was thinking it should be, but this was like conflicting. You said in balance sheet number 3, it should be capitalized, but then you said it should be expensed in P&L closing costs. The assignment fee is directly tied to acquisition cost of assets. So why did you show this as expensed? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay. This should tie out to the $35,000. Okay, we're off by $100. Where's the $100? Is there like $100 credit somewhere? There is, the earnest money. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So, bro, I gotta put my headphones on or something. Gosh. Why can't people bring me good news? Why do I always have to get bad news? All right. Well, we're going to put on some tunes. We're going to start jamming. First, we need to turn our Bluetooth on. Putting on a master class on how to put on headphones 101. Wait, my Bluetooth was on. What's going on here? What? Welcome to the Orbit program. Today we're going to learn how to turn on your Bluetooth headset. Oh, it's because it's connected to my computer. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Technology. Okay, whatever. I'm just going to do this on my computer. No, I need that to not work. Whatever. Share my screen here. Okay, so we borrowed 35K, and we need to work ourselves back into that balance. Where is it? So we transfer that to the loan. Let's go pull up the bank statements. Okay, so 30,000 came in. August 15th or August 5th, we sent 15K, not to reserves, but to the checking. Okay, let's build that one back out. So we sent 15 to the checking account. This is the transfer. Transfer from we sent from the reserves, we transferred to checking on August 5th. Reserves to checking. Transfer from reserves. Okay, so we're transferring that from the checking account or from the reserves to the checking account. So that should be, I don't want to let this automatically do that. I want to check it one by one. So if I go check the reserves, we transferred it from the reserves over to the checking, and that transaction is now processed. Same thing with the checking. Last year, so that's good. Okay, so on August 9th, we transferred from the reserves 5K over to transfer to, I assume that's the checking. Let's just double check. There should be $5,000 here. Yep. Okay, reserves to checking, $5,000. Yeah, we're mathing hard over here. So I am transferring, well, I'm basically rebuilding the full P&L in this new software, which is TurboTenant REIHub. So it's a huge pain transferring over from QuickBooks. So I'm kind of rebuilding all of this from scratch, and I want to do it the right way. So it's going to take me a long time to do it, but it's going to be right once I'm done. Okay, so then we have this 10,617.50 we transferred to checking on August 14th. No. It went to savings. Okay. Let's make sure that's there. These rules automatically processing to this, that's annoying. Here, that's why I'm here. Wait, what? Hold on, what bank account is this? Oh my gosh, I'm not even on the right company. Savings is 6578, which is listed. Okay, I didn't upload this one. So tired. So tired. How in the world can anyone go 31 hours straight? Like, that is nuts. How is that possible? I am indeed crazy. Right now, I'm more of a sissy than crazy because I'm ready to sleep right now. Transfer to savings. Okay, so that should clear. That should clear that. So reserves, savings. Where'd that $2,000 transfer come from? So I transferred 28th checking, August 28th. $2,000 checking. Okay. So transferred from savings to checking for $2,000. This is an absolute nightmare. Like, I want to throw up in my mouth doing this. Okay, boom, done. So August is done for that. Now we need to do checking. That was transferred. Okay, now we need to figure out this. This fridge that I bought got stolen, so that was fun. That's a freaking write-off. Should you capitalize a fridge technically, or would that be expense? Because it's definitely gone now. So. I wouldn't consider that material. I mean, I would expense that because it's below what I would consider a material threshold, and it's physically gone, so it was stolen. So I think I have been expensive. So many charges. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. What I call that, plumbing? Yeah, plumbing. Okay. What was this 135? Well, I think I know what that 5 grand is. What is this? One hour and 36 minutes when we started this work. Hmm. Okay, so we got the mortgage statement. What up, Steve? The real side of business ownership, self-employment, and investment that nobody talks about. When you tell them about the long hours of boring things. This is exactly right. We doing the thing, the unsexy thing. Speaking of that, I need to find the mortgage statements, but I'm gonna put that off for a second because we're gonna have to book that. We'll worry about that in a little bit. Okay, so we did a big remodel job. Trying to think of the full scope of work on that one. What would I call that? Oh, this definitely should be capitalized. Should I capitalize this? What should I call it? Definitely capitalize. We're just gonna call this building improvements. Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm good with that. All right, so we're gonna allocate all of this to. I thought I did this fridge thing. I swore I expensed this already, but yeah, maybe I didn't. Let me look at this actually. I feel like I did. No, I don't want that. Oh, I don't see any fridge on there, so I guess I didn't. Must be hallucinating already. What kind of properties are you underwriting? Oh, I don't even have this as an asset. How do I not have this as an asset? Add purchase information. A property? This is where I get really confused with TurboTax. It does some really weird things. I don't quite understand what they're asking me to do. Residential property, date placed in service, we closed on August 2nd. I don't quite trust what this is. I don't even get what all this is doing here. I feel like I'm not ready to make this entry, but we'll see. Oh my gosh, dude. We don't have anything booked here. We are really starting from ground zero. Okay. No problem. Let's do it. All right. So let's go build the asset basis or the cost basis for this asset. So we got the settlement statement here. Oh, this would be a good training. Okay. Scratch that last part. So we're at minute 220, part 3, or 2 hours. 2 hours, 20 minutes, 220. Bro, I am really tired, actually. Like, so tired. I'm probably gonna, let's see. Okay, let's take a second to ration out the caffeine. So I just took some caffeine. What time did I get home? I think I started around 9:30. So I can afford another 4 ounces. That would be 2 scoops of Spark, 2.5, 3 scoops. So I got 3 more doses. If I spread that out over, let's see, let's work my way backwards. I want to be able to fall asleep right at 32 hours. So I'll probably need one at 30 hours. Who am I kidding? I'm probably going to need to do that. We may even go full. Let's work our way. Let's be realistic. We're going to need 25 hours, 40 hours. Wait, okay. So where are we at? We're at 8:16. Wait, yeah, we're at 18 and a half hours currently. And I've taken 1.5 scoops so far. Okay, so if I can make it to 20 hours, I could spread this out. We're at 18 and a half hours now. I don't think I'm going to make it to 20 hours. Say if I make it to 19 hours, 21 hours, 23 hours. We do every 2 hours. That's cutting it too tight. We're gonna have to do every 3 hours. I don't see a way around not doing that. Okay, so what does that look like? Let's work our way back. Forget about the ounces. I'm gonna need to save this. 2 scoops. Okay, I'm too tired to type out scoops. All right, 2. I've already taken 1.5. That would be 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. Man, 4 scoops of caffeine. That'd be a lot, man. That'd be a lot. I don't know. We'll play it by ear. Okay, we're going to build the cost basis now. So we got the sale price of the property, $362,500, and then we got to build in all this closing cost. So let's just add all this up. I'm just going to throw that in the closing cost. Yeah, there's so many different things we got to do here. So many things. $366, $982. Cool. So this is our cost basis, the property. We're adding up the purchase price plus. Actually, hold on. How did they get to this purchase price? Okay, no, that makes sense. 362,500. That's what that is. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know if I'm going to do a cost segregation on this property because I don't know what the exit's going to be. We may have to exit out of this property. I don't know. It's not really going how I would like, but we're going to play it by ear. What do you mean on what thing am I plotting? I'm doing real estate accounting. I'm not plotting anything. The only thing I'm doing is trying to recreate my financials. But I would say it is hilarious right now. So this is going to be our actual. See, I don't know how this is going to get recorded. We may have to adjust this entry, but this is going to be my cost basis. I have a feeling REI Hub is going to do this incorrectly, but we're gonna just see how it goes. Oh, I see what you're saying. I came back and saw you talking about scoops. I thought you were planning how many scoops of ice cream you would reward yourself after each. I love that. No, I'm planning out my caffeine intake to see what I need to realistically be able to consume to keep going. I don't usually like to take more than 3 scoops of Spark because that would be 3 scoops of Spark is 330 milligrams of caffeine. I just feel like jittery and it just gets too much beyond that. But if I don't take enough caffeine, I may just quite pass out. So it's going to be a balance. We're at, so this is part 3. So we've done, part 1 is 8 hours. We've done 16 hours, part 2. And then we're 2.5 hours into this one. So you're 18.5 hours officially. See, I think this cost basis thing here, this fixed asset purchase, I think it's wrong. I don't think it's going to do what I want because it's asking me to select this account and I don't want it to go to one account. I want it split. So I need to go and create the account because there is no account here. So I'm going to create that account first. There's some things about REI Hub, man. I'm just like, what were you guys thinking when you were building the software? But overall, there's a lot of good stuff. So this is an asset, and we're going to make this a sub account of buildings. So when I go and check out buildings, you can see I have these buildings under here. And I probably have land. Yep, we're going to do a land account here. Or make that sub account. Okay, so we have our sub account. We have that. So we're going to go to our Marion County. Oh, wait, 2 hours and or 23 minutes. Cost basis. Accounting for sub 2 deals. That's the name of this training. At the 2 hour 20-ish minute mark. Okay, so we're gonna go. Let's see what we're doing here. So we have our cost basis here. We have the purchase price of the property at $362,500. Then we have all the closing cost. I added all that up. That's what this closing cost is. So that's our total cost basis. But we see what we need to do is we need to split this between building and land because you can't depreciate land. So we need to split this out on our balance sheet to separate the land from the building value. And how you do that, I'll show you how to do that right now. So we're going to go to Marion County property taxes. Every county's different. I actually want the property card, so I probably want the parcel number. I don't really want the tax bill. Search. Okay, this is where I want. This is the site I was trying to get to. I want the property record card. And this is what I'm going to use to justify my calculation. So if I was ever audited, I would justify my calculation through the property record card that's going to outline what the land value of this property is right here. This is the document. I'm going to say, here's what I used. Property record card. Okay, so you can see right here, if I crank this up, the land value is $42,900. So 42,900. Let me make sure that's right. Okay, 42,900. This is related to the purchase price allocation, basically is what I'm calling this. Closing cost allocation. I'll show you what that looks like in a second. So we're just backing this number out from the land value, and that's what our building value is going to be when we make this recording on our balance sheet. So that's the total, obviously. And what I'm going to do to get this, you just want to have some defendable logic, right? So the logic I'm going to use is I'm going to take the percentage of the allocation relative to the overall value of the property. Because if I add these two together, it's going to be 100%, right? Because we've just done the math. So this is 88%. That's 12%. So I'm going to take the closing cost and allocate the closing cost pro rata to each. So I'm going to take the closing cost times 12%. So again, now we look here, closing cost, that's a total, right? And so the overall cost basis is going to be this plus that. And it's going to be this total right here. This is the cost basis that we're trying to get to, but we wanted to know the allocation between building and land. So this is how we get our overall building and land cost allocation. So now I need to go back to, this is turning into an important document too. So now this needs to be in the property management. I don't trust whatever this screen is trying to get me to do here. I'm thinking maybe opening. Yeah, this is probably what I want. So we're going to do August 2nd, 2024. That's the property. It's already got it separated for us. So that's, I don't want that. So I just want this. This might work. So that's the building. Oh, perfect. It did exactly what I wanted. That's awesome. Oh, sorry. I guess that'd be helpful if I was doing a screen share. Sometimes you're going to have to slap me. My bad. I'm over here creating all this magic and you can't even see it. What a great orbit training program. Okay, cool. All right, so I created this entry here. I added this transaction. This isn't really that important unless you specifically are using REI Hub, but I went into this opening balance and I created this journal entry. Let me do a quick recap, okay? So here's my purchase price. Here's my closing cost. I know what my cost basis is, but I want to get the allocation between building and the land. So this is 239. I want to get my allocation between building and land value. And so I downloaded the property record card from the Marion County's website by going in here. I put in the address, and from searching the address, I got the parcel number. And then by going into the parcel number search, every county is different, so it's going to be different. I'm pulling this property record card. Actually, excuse me, go back here. I'm going to the assessor's property records here. I'm putting in the parcel number. And I'm pulling the property record card. And that property record card is telling me what the land value is. So if we look here at the land value, ooh, I zoomed in way too much. What is going on? The land value here is 42,900. So that's what we did is we put in the 42,900. The rest of it, of the 362,500, is our building value. But we still have closing costs that we need to allocate. So I just took a pro rata share, 319,600 over the 362,500. And then the closing cost, I allocated that based upon the percentages, right? and then I'm adding it up to get my overall cost basis. So now I know my overall, I mean, I knew it was this number, but I needed to know the split between building and land because I can't depreciate land. So now I have my split and I'm able to record that in the software. And I already made that entry, and that entry was right here. I allocated this for the building, this for the land. So that is what our cost basis is in the property. We also have some additional things to add to our cost basis of the property. We have some building improvements that were made as we did rehab to this property. Let's just double check our AI. So these building improvements will add to our cost basis of the property? Question mark. It should tell me yes. And then I'll be able to depreciate that over 27 and a half years. So we need to consider that in our cost basis for depreciation as well. I don't even think I have a building improvements. No, I don't. Wait, capital improvements. They tricked me. I don't really like the term capital improvements. It won't let me change the name. You suckers. Oh, I didn't even realize there was a capital closing cost. Capitalized closing cost. I'm not messing with that right now. We're leaving that there. Capital improvements. I'm going to make this a sub account. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the transactions. This is when I started the rehab. So I'm just going to dump all of this in the capital improvements, the bullet Forbes, because I'm capitalizing all this. This was all the rehab money that I spent. Technically, I'm not going to get into the units, but technically there was some per unit spend. Because we did some common area space. I don't think it's worth tracking it at that level, to be honest. So we're just going to throw that in there. This was rehab. Where did we put this? I don't know if that should be a purchase. Hold on. If I make it a purchase, I feel like I should have made that a purchase. Let's check this out. So we're doing the capital improvements. I have a feeling we're going to want to make this that other transaction. Let's go look at the fixed asset balance here. Yeah, so the second half showed up. We do want to show that entry because we want to make sure it gets added to this cost basis because it's tracking the basis in here. So I need to go back and fix that other transaction. This one. Wait. Second half. Oh, they were both the same amount. That was a fixed asset purchase. This was a transfer, so this needs to be a fixed asset. Yeah, this needs to be a fixed asset purchase. Capital improvements. Oh. Okay, so we know what to do with those now. So CapEx done. I feel like there was definitely more rehab done than that. Did that really only cost 6,300? I could have swore it was more than that. Let's go check the bank statements. I wonder if it spilled over into other months. So maybe it was, I don't know, maybe it was that cheap. I don't know. I can't remember. Let's just keep marching through this. Ugh. I don't know what unit this is. I'm just pretty sure that was A. We'll have to clean that up in a little bit. I don't really know what to call TVs. I don't really want a TV account. Furnishings? Furniture rental? Wait, it's not a rental. Yeah, we're going to call it furnishings. Or furniture. Maybe there already is I feel like there is a furniture account. Not furniture rental, though. No, that sucks. Okay. Appliances. I mean, there's no right or wrong answer. I think it's just however you want to code it, to be honest. We could ask my AI. Should I call TVs furniture or appliances? When I think of appliances, I think about the fridge, the range stove, that kind of washer, dryer. Call TV appliances. Okay, looks like you won. Let's see what the reason is. Structural. I don't really think about that as an appliance, but sure. Guess we could do that. Joke's on me. I don't have an appliance category. Okay. Either way, we're creating something. I think I'll have to refresh this. Let me move to something else before I cry. Okay, that's done. The savings, the reserves. Like, we're legit still in the month of August, and I started this an hour and a half ago. Not promising. All right, so it's 11:30. I would say this is more of a membership. This was a co-living mentorship. Definitely non-operating. It's annoying. $73.48. Amazon. So all the supplies getting ready for the co-living. You spent a lot of money on Amazon during that time. Home Depot. This is when I was going to the store like every other day or ordering stuff every other day. Setting up co-living properties fun, they said. They've never done it themselves because it is not fun. Might be fun the very first time you think you do it, and you're just like, "Oh, this is so cool! I'm in real estate," and then you start doing more, and you're just like, "This sucks." Then you find yourself doing accounting at 11:30, 6 months later at night. I have been going since 4:15 this morning, so we are approaching 19 hours here in about 2 minutes. Your partners want to do co-living with this. Well, let's be fair. This stuff piled up for months. I mean, there's no one to blame but myself. I have the skill sets to do all this. And if I had the time, this should have been done monthly, or you could argue it should have been outsourced, but stuff was moving faster. Like I was buying multiple properties during this time and I was wheeling and dealing. You could see all these charges. I mean, I'm literally going to the store, like buying this, like all these different properties all at the same time. I didn't have time to do all this. So here we are doing it. And then plus I had QuickBooks. So now I'm like transitioning this over to Turbo Tenant. So I had a lot of this stuff, not all of it. I mean, some of it's been piling up, but there were definitely, this was a lot more cleaned up than it is right now in its current state. I'm literally recreating it from day one. Final payment. Okay, this makes sense. I knew I thought I paid more. This would be a lot easier, honestly, if I had two screens, but I'm trying to share with you while I'm doing it. Here's what I might do. This might go a little quicker doing it this way. Okay. My back is extremely hurting right now. I don't have a solution to fix that, but I am due for my caffeine for my next half a scoop. So I will be back in like 2 minutes. my cup go? What the? I'm already delirious. I'll be right back. All right, so we've done an hour and a half. Now we've done 2 scoops. Let me clearly label this. Unfortunately, not ice cream. Oh. It's a good time to record some content of me yawning. All right, we are here. 16. We did part 1, 8 hours, part 2, 8 hours, and we just crossed the 3-hour mark. So we're at 19 hours total. Pushing through it. I am extremely tired. I'm a lot more tired than I thought I was going to be. I didn't realize how much going live was going to take out of me. So, I mean, it's only 11:42 a.m. 11:42 p.m. and I'm already really, really tired. So it's going to be a long night. Let me do one for my story here real quick. We've just crossed the 3-hour mark on part 3. So part 1 was 8 hours. Part 2 is 3 hours. And we just crossed the 3-hour mark on part 3. So I've gone live for, I can't even count. I'm so tired. 19 hours straight and still going. I'm too lazy. I'm just going to post that last one. Part 1 was 8 hours. Part 2 is 3 hours. Just crossed the 3-hour mark on part 3. So I've gone live. I wonder if there's like a cool going live sticker. Oh, there is. Okay, cool. Is it cat fur? What is that? So part 1 was 8 hours. Part 2 is 3 hours. Just crossed the 3-hour mark on part 3. So I've gone live. Chug a lot of water. That's a good point. I got some water next to me. I'm so tired. I can't even figure out this sticker thing. I'm just going to share it. Don't even care. I'm really feeling this jams right now. SoundCloud. I didn't think that was on my playlist already. Yeah, I'm digging that one. All right, let's get back at it. Start booking this stuff. This is going to be a test of mental fortitude tonight. I'm going to need to get a pillow or something. Right back. Getting a jolt of energy. I like it. Let's go. My biggest regret is spending so much money on supplies. Our house really didn't need all that supplies. I should have never got it. Should have just let them fend for themselves, but never doing that again. My gosh, how is it even possible to spend that much money in 1 month? Oh, that was fun, replacing the washer. That would be appliances. We repaired that. So expensive. Might as well just bought a new washer at that point. Oh, I think we repaired it and then we ended up buying a washer. What a waste of money. A lot of people use whatchamacallit, I don't even know. The guy Pace always talks about for sub 2 insurance, except he never answers the phone. So I use Goosehead Insurance. So if you need someone, just let me know. He's a lot more responsive. Hmm. I don't remember the name of this thing. Wait, what? No, that's not right. It can't be right. What are we doing? No, that wasn't right. Oh, did we get them all? Except for this 217. Amazon. Okay. I got to find bank statements real quick. So let me search my email. Oh shoot! Hold up. Got a bunch of people here. Jen, I think you were just hanging out, right? You didn't want to come up on stage. I see you back here. Okay, cool. Shayna, are you wanting to come up on stage or are you just hanging out? Just let me know if you want to come. Just put a comment or something. I need to find something in my email real quick. Hold on. Whenever I show my email, I think I have a higher chance of my stream getting blocked because YouTube was blocking my stream. I think I was sharing too much. Just heard a weird noise. I think the biggest problem I'm going to have is with these mortgage statements. Bingo. If I can get all these to download. August. So I have August, September, October, November, December, January, February. Oh, we're golden. Okay. We can make that work. Mortgage statements. Okay, let me get back to showing that. Nope. What happened? Okay, so we have this mortgage payment. Cool. It's not even the right amount. We're going to have to track down where this payment is. So let's look for the following month payment, which we don't have. See what that September mortgage payment was. That one was 2205. So that statement we have. Crap, we're missing a statement. So that statement on September is really the first statement was like the most important one. Well, shoot. How are we going to figure this out? So we have a mortgage payment here. Okay, I'm just going to slap this together and back my way into the right amount because I don't have another choice. January, February, March. Oh, wait, I have July right here. This is the one I need. Okay, I may not have to make this up. Is this 2000? Okay, cool. This is the one I need. So the payoff, I don't know, depending on the timing of when we closed, when the payoff was 285. This is technically what's on the books, but what reality is may be a little different. It's like marginally off. Like it's not, it's insignificant. 285, 666. Okay. So I'm going to book it for this actual amount. So I need to go. So there is a more, oh, this was just a payment that was made. It looks like it was applied, but there's no actual mortgage balance that's been created. All right, let's put this in Excel so I can read this. This is all sorts of jacked up. Let's look at all the things that are jacked up with this. This is not the right company. Simba, stop that. No idea about this escrow payment. What is this? This should not be their building, so let's go fix that. Oh, that was my fault. That's what that should have been. And this should have been land. Yeah, that fixes that. Oh, that auto balance is wrong. Should not be an auto balance account. Hey, you need to chill out, bro. Ah. Okay. How are we going to fix this? So we have the building value, the land value. Let's look at the balance sheet. This is so hard to do. Like this, I really do. I'm dogging on Turbo Tenant a lot, but I really do like it once it's set up, but it is very painful to set up. And it requires a significant amount of accounting experience to like force it to do what it's supposed to do because it doesn't have like a native user experience to like actually naturally fall where things should fall. Like whoever built this has no idea what they're doing when it comes to accounting. It was just a developer that just built it, and you can just tell it's just done really poorly. So we shouldn't have this auto balance here. So we need the mortgage here. Oh, now I know what to do with this thing. Okay. We don't want this auto balance here. So we're going to use this to record the mortgage at the mortgage statement balance because we want the mortgage statement balance to like literally be right every month. So we need the starting point to be right. And if I can't get it right in this first statement, I'm going to correct it in the second statement. So that way, every month going forward, we know exactly like to the penny what the balance is. Because when you look at the balance sheet and you look at your loan balance, it should be the same amount. And it's hard to do because it requires a lot of attention to detail, and you have to monitor bank statements every month and amortization schedules, all that stuff. So this is what we're going to be using. We have a difference here. So what I'm going to be doing is I may have to close out of this because I have to create another transaction. Seller finance, West. This is interesting. I really don't like this. So this was actually my partner. I stepped into this deal. This was a bad rap deal that I helped him exit, and we just wanted to capture the amount. This is basically the money he lost in the deal. But I told him, hey, before we sell this property, I'll make sure you get your money back. So this property was not like a huge financial play for me. It was more of just helping him out and taking it over. So that's the money that he basically needs to recoup essentially at some point. So we created a note for it. So that way he could be made whole at some point in time, hopefully. There's no payments on it. It's just a silent note. No monthly payment. No interest rate. Nothing. We don't need to set up a loan payment because there's no payments. Yeah, I use QuickBooks. I'm transitioning all my real estate stuff from QuickBooks. It's just gotten so expensive lately, and plus the Turbo Tenant. I know it seems like a huge burden what I'm doing right now, but I promise you, once it's set up, it's so much better. Like the REI Hub, it automates everything. Like QuickBooks rules, they suck. Like they just don't work. You can create all these automated rules, and they just don't work. This, once I create the automated rules, like it just works. There's a lot of bookkeeping that I just don't have to do once you get to that initial setup of the balance sheet. Like you just set it up on the front end. It's nice and clean, and it's pretty minimal work every month. And this can aggregate portfolio results way better than QuickBooks could ever dream of doing. And that's what I like this for, because I can aggregate all properties up to one financial, or you can slice and dice. Like if you have different partners, you could create different P&Ls and balance sheets. QuickBooks can't do that. So it's far superior than QuickBooks when you look at it from like that perspective. But if you had like one property and compared them to QuickBooks to REI Hub, QuickBooks would be way better to use if you just had like one property. But if you're trying to grow a portfolio, you need something better than QuickBooks, in my opinion. For real estate, it just depends. It depends on what scale you want. If you got 3 or 4 properties, maybe it's not worth trying to switch over to something like this. If you got more and you're growing, like I think you just need. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. It depends on your corporate structure, honestly. If you have all your properties in one LLC, then it's pretty easy to keep track of in QuickBooks. If you have multiple LLCs, it starts to get a little annoying. First of all, like, okay, there's like the question is, I mean, I just think it's a no-brainer just to do it at any size. Like if I had to start all over again, I wouldn't even do QuickBooks. I would just do this. Because QuickBooks is like, I don't know exactly what the cost is. I can't remember. I think it's like $110 a month. Like depending on which plan, you have different plans, but like to do accounting correctly with like journal entries and all this like chart of account stuff, like you need not like the beginner package, you need like the middle tier, which is like 120 or something like that bucks a month. I don't know. Turbo Tenant or REI Hub is literally like $35 a month, and it comes with property management software. It's just a no-brainer. It's so much cheaper. So if you have 3 properties and they're in 3 different LLCs and you have 3 different set of QuickBooks, that's 110, 120, whatever that number is let's just say it's 100 times 3, that's $300 a month versus you're paying like literally like $35 for Turbo Tenant, and you get a property management software included in it that handles rent payments. It will help you manage, and the accounting side syncs to and I can't remember honestly. I can't of REI Hub. I think it may be something like $35 for the property management, maybe like $35 for the accounting. I don't know. It's something so much cheaper than QuickBooks. I promise. It definitely, and it's scalable. Like if you add more properties, I think it's nominal. It may be like $5 per door or something like that versus the $100 plus for QuickBooks every time you add a new LLC. It's just way more cost effective. And once you get set up, the rules work. It provides a much better experience. Like if I go and look at like, you can't, a lot of this stuff isn't right because I don't have my books and stuff in order, but there is some stuff in here that's right, but you can't get this information in QuickBooks. Like it would take you a long time to aggregate that and like to look at your assets. Like once I get all this recorded and all my properties in here, you're going to be able to like really have a really good understanding of like, okay, what's my equity position? What's my value? That kind of stuff. And if you have partners, this is a freaking nightmare in something like QuickBooks versus here. If I have partners, I can create different portfolios that says, okay, I have partners in this portfolio of properties. I have 5 properties in this little portfolio view right here. And I can look at all 5 properties. If I go and look at this, net income by sub portfolio. No, hold on. Net income by property. And I run it on, of course it would go out. And if I want to run it on that like sub portfolio, boom, I can see these 5 properties broken out because they're all aggregated in this group. And then I can go run it on a different group. So if I have different partners for another group, I can go look at those set of financials. And it's just, it would take you so many hours to like, you couldn't pay me enough money to do this in QuickBooks. Like it would just take a lot of time. And this is just like native out of the box. As long as you get all this stuff set up, obviously you can see it's a pain in the butt to get this stuff set up. This is not, I would say this is not beginner friendly whatsoever. Like getting this stuff set up, like it needs to be done by like an accountant or a CPA or someone that really knows what they're doing. And not even just a CPA, like someone that understands real estate too. So especially when you're dealing with these creative transactions. So, I mean, it is hard to get this set up and displayed on your balance sheet correctly because there's like I said, the user experience is not great on some of these things. I think it creates a lot of opportunities for errors, but if you know what financial statements look like, you can quickly correct those errors and be like, oh, I wasn't supposed to use this button. I was supposed to use this button for this type of entries to make sure it shows up correctly. Versus I would think a really good software that's user friendly, it would just force you into creating the right entries. And this kind of forces you to create wrong entries, in my opinion. So you just have to be really careful about it. But if you have a strong understanding of accounting, you'll be able to quickly identify where the issues are. Hey, what's up, Jennifer? Appreciate you chiming in here. So that's just my 2 cents on that. So now we're going to go to the seller finance portion, which I'm going to have to refresh this page. That's annoying. Now I don't even remember what I was doing with this. Oh yeah, we wanted to correct the auto balance. Like for example, this is a good example. This auto balance, this should never happen in accounting. This should not be even an option to go to this auto balance. Like this is, they might as well just call this like a plug or a mistake. It's okay, Jennifer. People call me Monroe all the time. It happens like 7 times out of 10. I just ignore it. So let's see. We want to go off this mortgage statement balance. And then we also have the seller finance part. Remember? Oh, it's on there twice. What an idiot. Okay, now I got to correct that. And this is one of those error proning things. I think I created the chart of accounts. And then when I went to go create the loan over here, I think it also created a chart of accounts. Like, how am I supposed to know that without going through this? So those are kind of like little things that now, watch, I'm going to have to refresh the page again because now I don't know which one it is. And now I'm annoyed. My headphones in, back to my jamming. So we got to go closing statement for this one. Where's the closing statement? Let's get rid of this. Actually, I think we did that already. So we're $4,000 short on the allocation. I'm curious to see the difference. I think this should go to the PML. We're going to see. StreamYard just wants to mess with me all day today. Time for you to punch out for the night. Bro, that is so weak. You're going to bed at 12:23? That's pretty weak, man. Just kidding. Have a good night, man. Appreciate your support. Chat with you later. Glad I got a little laugh out of that. 36982 minus. Let's see how close we are to getting this right. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. Like, you need to know what you're looking for on the balance sheet. You need to understand financial statements to be able to make sure these entries are right. Like, it doesn't, this can be really confusing for people. So if I kind of break this down, let me write this down for the Orbit training program. So we're at 349. So if we look at this entry here, we're breaking this out. We're allocating the cost basis between building and land. And then on the credit side of the transaction, we're allocating it based upon the takeover mortgage balance from closing and from the actual mortgage statement. Then we have a seller finance mortgage, and then we have a PML. I already have part of this PML balance booked, and I'm curious to see how close this gets to $35,000, and we can go ahead and make an adjustment based upon that. Apparently, my math was not mathing, so let's see where. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so let's try my math again. I'm on no sleep math apparently. 3, 6. Okay, that should my cool. Okay, so now we're gonna go run the balance sheet report, and we're gonna see how close we're off. So I want to see 35,000. Dang it. Okay, why? So we're over. This makes sense. So we're over by 521.28. Okay, I'm thoroughly confused. Why are we over by that? Why is this off? Okay, how far off was the? That's the cost basis with closing costs. Well, we know this is off. What's going on there? $421. So the actual is $421 less. If the actual is less, wouldn't that make the problem worse? Let's see. If the actual was 285, yeah, it's less. So that would have made the problem worse. The balance would have been higher. Let's go look at this. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Let's go look at this. Sometimes it's easier for me to just look at this in Excel. Oh, that's wrong. That needs to be corrected. No, I have the missing statement. So why does this say 325? The cost basis should be 323. So something's going on here. What the heck is this? This is not. So fixed asset. I don't think this is the problem. This is definitely not helping. This is capital improvements. That was posted to the wrong account. Okay, so that cost basis should be straight now. 323. Let's double check the land. 43, 4. That's right. Bro, why is that? So something, either this opening balance entry is off. It's so annoying because it's like not that much money. It's $500. Hey, what's going on, Dorina? How are you today? 16. All right, we're 3 minutes away from 20 hours deep. Let's go. I'm trying to figure out why I'm $521.28 off. It's driving me nuts. Huh. 368. Oh, we already corrected this. So let me close out of this version. I don't want that one. 366. Okay, hold on. I got an idea. Maybe a shitty one, but where's the settlement statement? Where'd you go? Where are you? Where did it go? Did I delete it? Be mad if I did. Okay, here it is. Okay, so that's my settlement statement. Two different numbers on land? Where are you seeing that? Of course, that ends the screen share here. Get that back up and running. I don't see two different land numbers, but if you see it, let me know. Okay, so yep, so I'm reporting a balance of 421.28. Hold on one second. Am I off by 521? I am off by 521.28. That is it. Okay. I know what the problem is. I don't know how to fix it, but I know what the problem is. The problem is we closed and the mortgage statement was not correct. I mean, do I really care? I mean, it's not a ton of money, but technically the timing of when we closed versus the timing of when that statement closed there's a difference. So here's what I need to do. I need to book this at the closing, what the actual settlement statement was. And I need to write this down. I think it's going to be $100 off now. Yeah. Okay. Now for that $100, it's the EMD. Ugh. Where did the EMD come from? That's the real question. Yet. I must have paid it personally. And it's not on the books anywhere. All right. So we're going to have to do something with this. Oh, what a mess. Do I have no record of the EMD whatsoever on this set of financials? Oh, annoying. Okay, so the EMD was paid for, probably by me personally. It didn't come out of an account of the company, so it's not on the books anywhere, and it's throwing my numbers off by $100. There's no record of it. Okay, I'm gonna create a journal entry. Ugh. Oh, doesn't look like I can even create a journal entry for this. Interesting. So how can I even create this? Maybe opening balance? I don't think there is a cash account. See, when you have something that doesn't exist on the books, you're probably going to end up having to book it as cash. The fact that it doesn't have a native cash in here is concerning, but um how do I want to show this? It's really paid in capital here since I never got paid for it, apparently. That really should be a sub account, a bank account. Let me see if I can correct that. Cool. It's not going to let me. Good times. This is so trash. Because you would want to see cash included in this. I would want to see it in this bank account because that's what it's considered, a bank account, essentially balance. I wouldn't want to see it down here. Didn't realize how much my back would hurt from sitting down for so long. Stretch out my back. This is creating quite the hassle here. The inner accountant in me is itching about the cash being not included in the bank accounts. I wonder if I can create a bank account called cash. Oh, we're going to cheat the system here. Let's do it. Yes. We're totally doing this. No. No. Let's see if this worked. Oh, which one is it? That worked. We may have done it. This is kind of what I was talking about. Like, you really need to know what you're doing to work the system in your favor. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I put $100 in, and you see it's paid in capital. I'm gonna write that $100 down. So if I run this, that should be 0. And then my PML balance should be correct. So cash is gone. Look at that witchcraft that I just performed. All right, 3 hours later, and we're done with the month of August. Oh, not so fast, cowboy. We're not done with the month of August. Okay, so this is the July statement. Loan payment. I'm scared to do this, honestly. Oh, we definitely don't want to do this on this payment because the loan amount changed. I bet you our escrow account on the balance sheet's all jacked up. All right, so we should be. No freaking way. I thought we were done with this. I could have swore we did all the month of August. There was a second page. Ha ha ha. The gift that keeps on giving. There's way more transactions. Okay, I gotta go over that shit. I'll be right back. Shinyi in the house. What is going on? Ugh. What up? What's going on, bro? What are you up to? My back is jacked up right now from sitting down so much, so I gotta stand up. I am here. After I am definitely here. Oh wait, you can't see my computer. You just think I'm staring at nothing. I was sharing my screen. That would probably be more beneficial if you saw what I was doing. Coffee and ibuprofen. I've already had caffeine. Um, let's see. I've rationed out my caffeine, so we are at. I can have another, which I don't even think I should get to 4 scoops of caffeine. At 22 hours, we're only 20 and a half hours in, so I got a little bit of time left before I can inject some more caffeine. So I'm kind of trying to ration it out. Wait, to be fair, I would drink like 3 scoops max in a 24-hour period. Technically, this is like literally more than 24 hours, right? So I could make an argument that I could space it out more, but I don't know. We'll play it by ear, see how it goes. The ice water will help. Yeah, I got some ice water right here. I'm golden. Have a good night. See ya. Robin, are you wanting to do your interview now, or is this too late for you? Simba, I would really appreciate it if you got your butt out of my face. Okay, we'll just keep doing it. That's fine. We're punching away. We're almost through the month of August. Only a couple charges left. Man, there's so many Amazon charges. WWPD. What would Pace do? He would keep going. Could you be any more annoying right now? Where is the charge for 300? I don't see that anywhere. Oh, there it is. Cash App is coming. Where did that transfer come from? Yeah, that's what I was hoping I would do. Okay, so we're done. Now we need to make sure it ties up. I don't even know how many days are in August. Is it 28? I feel like it's 28. Doesn't matter. Where's the reserve account? I feel like something's off right now. It was 0. Heck yeah, it ties out. Let's go. I bet you this escrow balance isn't balanced. $645, 42. That's not bad. That's pretty close. I don't know where the difference is or where this even came from, but 596. It's not bad. I can live with that. I would love for it to be more accurate, but we'll circle back to that. We finished August. Let's go into September. Let's go. Hold up. Audio. What's up? Fix this. My TV fell asleep and then my audio got all cracked up. There it is. Okay. I don't know how this happened. Did my headphones die? Okay, we're good. We're back in business. Let's go. Already in, oh yeah, September. We had to download the Excel versions. Six five seven. I remember doing this. Was not a fan. Stop my screen sharing here. 5, 7, 6. Nope. I don't want to. My back is really hurting.
Savings. Sorry, I'm not talking much. I'm trying to save my voice a little bit. All right, so uploading the savings accounts. So that's uploaded. That's confirming. I said they upload. Where did it go? That's not good. Either it failed or it got uploaded twice somewhere. That's not good. All right. March. I think I just did an upload. Let's try it again. Okay. I don't know what that was about. Easy enough. That's my whole life. Ride or die. All right, let's start working through the month of September. Transfer from savings. So we are almost approaching the top of the hour as far as the record time, almost on 5 hours on part 3. So we're approaching 5 hours of record time on part 3. It's 1:33 a.m. and we've been filming for almost 20 hours. We haven't quite hit the 24-hour mark. That will be coming up in 2 hours. So once we get to, I want to say 25, 26, that's when we find out what separates men from boys. So we'll see how that works out. Go back and look at the P&L. Make sure the rents are recorded appropriately. All right, we're almost finished with this one. Okay, we got this last coverage payment to crank through. Excuse me. Done. Damn, I didn't realize it was almost 2 a.m. Pretty lonely at 2 a.m. Time to crank up the music. Super helpful. Right. August, oh no, September. Crap. All right. Here, grab this. Somewhere we messed up. Oh wait, was I looking at the wrong thing? No, we're not doing that stuff. Well, we are way off. What's going on here? Oh, how did I miss this? It's not a lot of money though. You're so far off. What is going on? This could not suck any worse. No shit. That's not good. Hmm. So close. What was I thinking? So we got that sign out. So that's tied out now. 9166. Boom. Love it. That should have never been here. I think that should be a security deposit. What is this? 920. Probably belongs in. Yeah, this is definitely a security deposit. Shoot. Where did the cash go? Oh, good lord. Hey.
October. Savings.
Right. That finally finished. Keep pumping this out. Revenue. Transfer. Check. Man. Oh boy. Okay. Back on track. All right. So let's start this right here. Hammer away at or just revenue. Not sure why that automatically closes a loan payment. It makes no sense. Had to have been true. Oh, okay. It's gonna be booked as rent. Yeah, a lot of fair money. Wow. There's, from where? Uh, Hmm. Hmm. Ugh.
Shoot. Pretty sure that shit is wrong. Prepaid rent is. Pretty sure it should be an asset. Yeah, so why, if I am landlord and I receive prepaid rent, is that asset or liability? It's still an asset. I don't know why that would be. Money represents an obligation you've been paid for a service that you haven't delivered. Unearned revenue. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Well, shoot. Oh, what am I doing? Totally got this wrong. It's accounts receivable, you dummy. So stupid. Okay, we're owed that. No, there's not. There's not a payable. Balance sheet, portfolio. There's a receivable. So um, all right, so I'm gonna go back to Turbo Tenant. Condition. So poetry 4,600. Security deposit 77,639. Okay. So the total of that is, or I guess it should be the total. $82, 239, 18. Okay. Let's see if that's the total from this. $82, 239. Okay, cool. That's the same amount. So I'll be right back. All right, so we're going to go ahead and add a journal entry here. So we actually received 3 years worth of rent in advance, which was pretty gangster. So it was, unfortunately, it was paid to a different entity. So we need to recognize that. Accounts receivable. Three 600 77639 18 18, and then the total is 82,239 18. So let's see what that looks like. That is not what we wanted to do. Okay, we got that our debits and credits wrong. So let's flip that around. Security deposits. Eesh, I don't want to do that. So I got to X out of this and create a new chart of account. Security deposits. Security deposit. All right, let's just do that real quick. Security deposit. Tree. What are we doing this? Oh. Okay, so that. Or the security deposit. $82,239.18. Get rid of that. We're gonna have $77,639.18. Okay, so that looks good. Where do we get this prepaid rent from? You got the security deposits held. What's going on here? I see. That's probably fixes the problem. Accounts receivable. That looks better. Okay, let's go back to fixing bold Forbes. All right, so let me go. Oh, okay. Be right back. All right. So at the end of every month, you want to check your balance sheet. And checking your balance sheet is going to ensure that you have reconciled books. Now, if you're using QuickBooks, there is an actual reconciled books feature. If you're not using QuickBooks and you're using something like this, you can just simply review the balance sheet. So I'm going to go into a specific property and I'm going to review the balance sheet as of whatever date I'm trying to close. In this case, I'm trying to close October 2024. So I want to look at what is my balance as of this date. So according to this, I have a negative balance of $1,000. That looks like a problem, right? And so you want to troubleshoot what your actual balance is relative to what it says your balance is. So if I look at my bank statements, for example, my bank statement says I have 2,691.78, which if you look at this, that's a problem because that's inaccurate. Now I know that the difference is probably in here. That is probably what is causing that. And so what I'm going to do is adjust this, and you probably don't have to do this exact adjustment that I'm doing right now, but it's definitely something that you want to be looking at. And it could be, there's different things that could be causing your balances to be incorrect. So we see we're still off. It's still 276. I think this still ends up being or belonging in the checking account. So we're going to move that over and just see what that looks like. So now the overall balance is 1,176.44. We can see we're still off. We still have things that are missing in our balance. The balance does not reconcile. So what are some of the other potential things that could be wrong? Well, I don't see any other. This looks off to me. There's $75 here that's sitting here. This definitely looks to be like something that is off, but I'm going to keep on moving. I don't see anything immediately that sticks out. If you were to troubleshoot everything that was going on, so what you would do is you would start from the beginning. You'd start from the beginning balance that you know is correct. And so that beginning balance would be whatever that starting point is. If you reconciled last month, then that starting point would be from there. So if I export this to Excel, and if I know that the end of the month in September was the last date in which I had this reconciled. So if we see this 1398 or 3,938.37, we see that right here. And we go compare that to what we have in the bank statement. We know opening balance was this. So we actually can see from here that our prior month opening balance is now somehow incorrect. So I'm actually going to take this further. I'm going to take this a month backwards. So I want to go to the last completed date that this is actually reconciled. And so now I'm digging deeper, right? I'm going into this. So 393837. Okay. That appears to be matching. And if we're looking at actually 562249. According to this, the September balance was different. The September balance was a completely different amount. So we're going to have to pull up the September bank statement, which is, this is October. We need to pull up September, which is right here. I want to pull up the PDF version because it's just easier to read. I'm not seeing the bank statements here. Let's go look at the downloads. That's Excel. There we go. Okay. So this is the closing bank balance for September. And you can see here, we somehow are off because this is what we're getting. And we're 384.66 off. So this right here is one of the reasons. This should not be there. So I assume this should get posted into October. So if I go and click on that, this is the exact dollar amount. And if I look at October's bank statement, I suspect that I'm going to see that 384 pop up. Here it is, October 2nd. So this date in which this settled was actually October 2nd. And it should not have been posted in. And that's really a software issue. That's not really something that we can handle. So now if I go back and run my report, my balances, now we have the balance of 355,371. And that looks more like the reconciled amount we'd expect to see. So let's go to October. I'm putting in the bank balance right here. The checking balance is $2,691. And I want to open up all the statements that I have available for the month. So I'm going to open up this one. This is the savings account. So this is going to be the end of month balance. And then this is the closing or the reserves. That's going to be the end of month balance. So when I add all this up, I should see this on the balance sheet. So if I change this date to the end of October, these balances should match. And if they don't, that means I have a problem. So if we look at this, we see the 83, we clearly have a problem, right? The balance is too high. So what's going on in here? So if we look at what happened the prior month, the balance was 562249. Okay. Why is it all of a sudden that? So let's look at this. Let's look at the bank statement. 83. So what else happened? It looks like there was a $3,700. There's three things that happened in the savings account. So if we look at what happened here, I don't see that $3,700 transaction. That doesn't appear anywhere. If we look, I don't see it. Um, I definitely don't see that. Oh, here it is. This is what should have happened. Okay, so this did not hit the right scope. To me, it looks like that may be the problem. That wasn't done at the right property level. So let's go run the report now and see as of 10/31/2025 or 2024. Actually, that is right. Okay. So it looks a lot different. So we got 4876. So we got 83,927.93, which is what we have here. So we're good there, but we're not good here. You can see we're over. So something is taking place in here. And if I had to guess, a lot of times it's payments that are posting that really should be going into the following month. So if we look at what this balance is and how much we're over by, if we're saying the October balance is not that, is 269178, then we are definitely off. So we need to figure out what are the charges running through this account to make this reflect that. And so what I will do is download this, because this is like the running history here, right? So I would download this. Again, don't focus on the software itself and like the actual clicks I'm doing. Focus on the process of what I'm doing, because it's applicable to everything you do or any accounting software. So if we know at the end of last month, our overall balance was 355,371, and that tied out. That's a good starting point. Now we can work our way down the list and figure out, okay, which one of these could be our potential fit. We can just hide this stuff. Which one is not matching? And so what we can do is take our bank statement here and we can look at line by line what's going on for the running balance of everything. So if we look at what's going on first, we have this pulled, this pulled. Let's look at the last month, last couple days. So we don't see this 900 pulled. That one. $3,976. So I wonder what the discrepancy would be if it was just this. So we got 1,284 now. And so what I would do is I would go one by one until we find all the discrepancies. If it's really a struggle, like that's what you have to do. You have to go line by line and figure out where is this off. So, okay, we look at here and just do whatever you want to mark it off. 437. I see this 900. 384. $250. This seems like it hit twice. I don't see a payment that hit twice. So that's something we can look at. Why did the payment hit twice? Right there. This seems like this is a duplicate. So I just deleted that. So now our overall balance is 4,000. I still think this should be pushed out. So I'm going to push this out now to that. And so we got a balance of about 35.91 if we kind of right size our new discrepancy. Now we're off by $900. So now there's a $900 charge somewhere that doesn't belong here. Probably. And it could be this. I don't know where this. So it looks like we have two right here. And then that looks like the duplicate to me. So we have now, we have a balance that ties out. So when I go and run a balance sheet report, I will see for this one particular property, I'm going to run it as of that particular date. So 10/31/2024. I'm going to see that the bank balance ties out. And if I see this 86,619.71, that ties out with the exact balance that I have. So I know that I'm looking at a good quality bank balance. by seeing that information. So that's what reconciling bank account looks like. All right. It's time to go into the month of November. We are almost to the end of the Let's go. Ready to crank. All right, so we upload this. Remember, checking. Marching our way through. Let's go. All right, let's refresh this. Almost to the end of the year. I don't even know if there's 31 days. Whatever. I think that aired out. There's clearly not 31 days. Is there? What is there? Let's see. There's only 30. Okay, that makes more sense. All right. Let's do it. That is not helping me. All right. Punching through this. I don't think I uploaded the savings yet. So let's do that. Six. Okay. That should be good. November savings. Locked in right now. We got about 3 minutes left before we hit the 24-hour mark. Five, six, seven. All right, so we're coming up on the 24-hour mark in about 10 seconds. So my Facebook feed is going to end in about 3 seconds. No, it's still going. I think it takes about a minute or so.
And there goes the Facebook.